Welcome to Part 9 of our continuing adventure in Splatoon Raiders. We are fairly deep into the post-game at this point, and I'll show off on the map exactly what that means, that we are 30 floors deep into the bottomless buffet, and as for all of the other content, we've done everything on ultra spicy, or super spicy I guess it is, except for the crystal mining levels, which I think we'll take a look at, and we'll perhaps not take a look at that level 80 suggestion too seriously. And then this one den here with small fry, which we frankly didn't have the damage to pass just yet with the current setup, so we're probably going to grind up more weapons and gadget upgrades before we reattempt that one. And of course the boss rematches that you see here in the 3 respective boss temples. And of course, other than that, we will just keep on digging in the bottomless buffet. Now, before we forget, as usual at the beginning of the stream, we're going to try to remember to do a costume change. Golden flash outfit, that's new. What could that possibly be? Cleared the 30th floor. And then it now shows off what the reward is for clearing the 60th floor, and here it's probably something else to do with the bottomless buffet that we don't know about yet. So I think we are going to go golden today since we've earned it, and we haven't been able to take a look at this just yet. And we've had a pretty good setup recently with the speed tank, as well as the icebreaker setup that we were previously running with the power tank. We're a little bit behind in tactical in terms of grinding up more parts for it, and it has fallen by the wayside lately. So I think what we'll do is, if we're trying to crystal mining levels, we might try to do something with tactical first to see if we can just eventually draw more parts, because with something like the torque screw, as you can see here, we just don't have very much to work with from not having ground it up lately. 06i, you found the ultimate relic for power tanks. I guess that will be something that is a little further along than what I have then, because we have had a pretty good setup for power, but maybe not something obviously ultimate just yet. But it looks like we're missing one spot over here, so possibly that's what you're talking about, possibly it's something else. Regardless, this is the setup that we were running before, and I had saved this as a reset already, pretty much just as is, so with no changes. So I think I'm going to try to put together a reasonable tactical tank setup, although my concern with that is that we haven't had much here in terms of emergency escapes that we can use. We can have splatter lights on passively, which has been extremely useful, or we can continue to leave the tether on passively. Hang on. And then still go with something like meteor mitts for ability activation. So it can be very close to the setup that we had here already. We were running Splash It last time because we were attempting to put together more damage for the small fry. Then maybe we just keep going with Shot Pod. The thing, though, is that with this setup, we don't have much in the way of movement-oriented escapes. So we may try it anyway. Again, we just need to draw a lot more, make a lot more available. We can, of course, still go for a freeze effect again on the knife fiver. Yeah, had we decided to go something like one balloon instead, this would be very close to what we were running for most of the early game. Now let's take a look at relic powers. Again, we were building this for damage before, but I think we'll rethink a little bit. We'll put these 3 on, and we could try to danger burst. Only 1 star here. I do like the gadget recovery though. Although the gadget recovery isn't actually that useful for this setup because it's not like we're using all of these on cooldown all the time, so may rethink a little bit. Because it's not like we're constantly spamming more turrets. Yeah, we'll see. We'll continue running the blaster weapon, of course, with the scorch effect. It occurs to me that we no longer have that much of a freeze effect in the setup, of course, except for the meteor mids. So we might go for something a little bit safer. Let's go risky reward. That's not safe, but, you know, could get us out of trouble. And we'll try it. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't. We'll have big man available for emergencies as well, for the time being. So we'll do some crystal mining first and foremost today and see how we do against this level 80 suggestion. 060, you're saying the relic defeat a salmonid and cooldown of gadget reduces by 0.1. Oh yeah, no, we had been using that. That was part of my standard power setup, in fact. We'd been using that constantly because we were using that in relation to using the blast boot and the meteor mid to jump around constantly. And that was the main setup that we were running for a long time. Particularly clearing many things early on and super spicy. Yeah, today I'm just trying to diversify over to tactical simply because we've been behind and looting more gadget parts to it, and it does look like the gadget part looting does have a strong bias towards what you're currently running, so we'll want to do that. If it doesn't work out, we'll just go back to one of the other setups. How bad could it be? And yeah, so you didn't realize until today, well, now you've discovered the magic of the fast gadget cooldown and splashing everywhere. Okay, again, with this said, the main thing I'm kind of concerned about is that we flag escapes. But we should be able to get a lot of damage up. I turned down already. Okay. Let's see how this goes. And we're not under time pressure necessarily, but we do need to watch out for all the incoming damage that is possible with what's happening here. And let's prioritize some targets. That was kind of out of range of everything, but we'll take it. Remember, we can use a shot pod as a bomb, essentially. Just like we had done for most of the early leveling process as we were just learning the game. And yeah, you just one cluster here gives you 1,700 eggs already, so it does seem to come in very quickly just because of the volume of summons you're dealing with at once. Yeah, right now it's clear to me that we just need to have a lot more Spiralite for more upgrades for both the main weapons and the gadget damage, and so it does make sense that this is what we're running. You know what? Red objective here, let's just go for it. Why not? Okay. Good big man available if we are in a bit of trouble or if we just want to use them. Let's stand back and let the gadgets do to work a little bit, particularly the tether at long distances. Oh, that's danger. Let's just get out. Oh, hang on. Let's get out first before anything else happens. We can be patient. And yeah, so this Parlet mining comes together so quickly here. Or the eggs, rather. And you can just go all the way around. Oh, hang on. Couldn't get out in time. Let's get out of danger first. Before we get smacked by the... Oh! I fell in the water, actually. That was unfortunate. Trying to get away from the flyfish circle there. Yeah, one thing you really have to respect, which was kind of always there in the base design of Salmon Run, unfortunately too close to the water here, is that despite everything going on the screen, the threats are actually very readable. You know what kind of attack is going for you at any given time and can spot who your priority target might be because you know who's going after you. Yeah, we need to stop going so close to the water. That's been the main problem here in terms of what's defeated me twice already. But yeah, there are many things that from the player's perspective makes the whole mess very comprehensible when it comes to still being able to think about what you're doing tactically in a very deliberate and intended fashion. 06 saying the extra crispy flyfish are now a threat because they are such damage sponges. I always found them to be a bit of a threat. They do take a while to get down. I don't have a great solution to them sometimes. Okay, this crossing is not happening this way. Unless we splat the ink line on that side. Let's just go around. I'm not gonna mess with that. Okay, again, let's not lose to straying too close into the water. How do we even continue from here? Let's see. I have to remember we have the bot jump as well. Oh, let's go over here. You have a tendency to forget the bot jump. Yeah, that shot pod explosion is looking pretty weak these days. I know it was very useful in the early game, but now it's seemingly not doing that much. We will have Big Man available as an escape. I'm just going to save him for that purpose. In case we start taking too much damage. We do it really safely after losing 2 lives to taking a dip in the sea. We will, of course, be trying to go for the full 16k on the main objective. You know what? Let's just use big advantage of this. Use the bot, rather. Why didn't we just think of that before? Where have we been going around? Do a little bit more turfing in advance so we are in a better spot for battle. That was a total miss. Not what we were going for. Okay, again, let's not back up into C. Very important that we do not do that. We're getting zoned out by a couple of enemies here that we need to figure out how to approach. We're really feeling the lack of a repositioning tool. Try to get him in a tether. Not going to take too many risks here with a jump. Let's not blow the last life just yet. Okay, here we do need to watch out for platforming around the pools. There's a lot of stinging from the big stack over there. We'll need to deal with it sooner rather than later. And just get around without getting into danger. Fly fish to deal with in the meantime as well. We'll field this fly fish first, just to mitigate the threats a bit, and there we go. That largely works out. So watch out for this guy here. And another set of 5-star aluminum twin cans. I do wonder how that'll compare, because of course the nice thing about my other set of 5-star twin cans is that we had both the icebreaker and the freeze on it together. But of course, if we have another dually set up here that we can build around, that'll be interesting in its own right. So let's keep playing. I'll try not to lose, although, you know, big deal if we do. We just come back and run it again, because clearly the tuning right now is absolutely fine, absolutely approachable when it comes to whether our toolkit will suffice for defeating these sets of enemies, so long as we don't spin backwards into the sea. That's really the main thing, sinking us in the most literal sense. damage output is clearly sufficient. And then, of course, in terms of how we spend on upgrades, we'll see if we largely want to stay on Blaster. What we've been doing. But it has been working out well. Let's get out of danger. Again, if we can eventually afford to rotate Icebreaker onto this weapon, I think I'd like to do it. We haven't done a weapon swap yet, so I don't really even have the best idea of how that works. Whether you have to pay for both ends of the swap or what, but we'll figure that out later. Now, let's just keep going. Be aware that we do need to get Big Man up and running again first before we dive into too much danger. Well, again, don't swim into the sea. Danger. Yes. Well, we got Big Man up and running just in time. Just to give ourselves a bit more leniency to escape. Oh, I miss not having the Flywire available for a Slamming Lid. We found Flywire to be wonderful against Slamming Lid last time. Yeah, maybe 2 more clusters. Should do the trick. Gotta loot this thing, whatever it is. Laser bonus. Yeah, I gotta deal with that scrapper in just moments, but we'll get there. Well, this is getting too dangerous. I'm gonna lose here. I'm totally gonna lose. Oh. Maybe not. Okay, we need to go around to that stinger. Even at that range, it presents a major hindrance. This allowed me to get out of the crowd a little bit, though. Primo Oil Blaster. Oh, we've been leveling this current blaster up so much that I wonder if we'll regret spending so heavily on it if we have an even stronger base blaster available. We'll have to look at its properties after the fact. Okay, one more cluster here to get us over the line to 16k. But anyway, the plus 20 we have in the current weapon clearly suffices for all of our business here, so. But we do want to make careful choices about what we're leveling up for the Potmos Buffet. So we have a good range of options available. Gotta get this elevator down. It's becoming a bit of a nuisance here as well. Okay, that'll be it for this stage as soon as we return to the main crystal. Pretty good haul here from what I can sense. And look at that, another Primo Blaster. That one being a 4-star though. So look at this thing, Primo Oil Blaster with 2 3-star properties on it. Does have a risky reward on it as well. And then Detergent Charger. Yeah, we haven't really been playing Charger recently because it's not quite as responsive as I'd like. Now, we do have risky reward on everything here. I don't know that we necessarily want to play around risky reward because I don't want to play that risky, but the close combat here is definitely looking good as well. We'll keep these options in mind, but I think we'll stick with a current blaster for the high scorch setup. But yeah, a lot of these are looking quite nice. Not that much in terms of new properties that we need, but we'll keep at it. And I think we'll just keep the current setup as is. Unless there's something serious that we want to build into the parts. Like right now, I'm finding that the explosive effect in Shot Pot is not really as effective as it used to be, and so maybe better to get double trouble with it instead, perhaps. But we'll see about that. Since Tether Whale is part of a main speed build as well, that it might be something that we want to just flat out upgrade. Yeah, you're thinking the blaster effect on a shot pot makes it really slow. We do have it running right now. We do have that effect. I haven't really done a damage calculation on the dummies or whatever, but might be useful for crowd control. There's not really single target damage that's the problem for us right now, although that's interesting that Perhaps we should have taken that off for small fry, now that I think about it, when we were trying to run shot pot splash it against it. Yeah, we can up the percentage on the meteor freeze. That might be useful. And I have to see how much next one costs by buying into this one first, though. I think that's something we'll maybe build into later. Yeah, because definitely I think shot pot can be improved quite a bit, but we're not using shot pot that much here. So the thing is, the large explosive placement is no longer doing that much for me. I think if we even just switch it to medium and free up a couple of points here, we may be able to do something slightly more effective. Maybe even take the damage up a little bit. Because the shot damage might be more consequential than the explosion. And yeah, neither one of these explosions I think are really that good for us anymore, so. We could free up a ton of points and maybe put the second charge on it. And even after the second charge, put the duration up, for instance. So we've got 8 points remaining. Can we afford that? I didn't even look at this. Yes, we can. I think we should go for it then. I actually wonder if we should have the auto trigger on it, if we're not using the explosive effect. Because then this build just plays itself. Let's see what the auto trigger condition is. Probably as soon as we start firing at something. Oh, yeah, when a weapon attack is summoned. Let's have the option available. We can try it. Because then we have both tether whale and shot pot just automated. And we can just run around and shoot things. With 2 charges. Because we're not using it as a bomb, we're not really using it as an emergency anyway, so. Let's try it, although there were some moments when I didn't want it available in a pinch against a specific enemy, but with 2 charges I think we might be okay. Alright, let's take a look at the next one. Yeah, because then we don't need to babysit the cooldown all the time. It drops both turrets immediately as well. Which is basically maximize a lot of uptime next to the player. Bait this down, grab the lid. Oh, we need to get rid of this, guys. Do it a little faster, though. Okay, getting a bit stuck. Ooh, that's not great. Oh, and yeah, my meteor got used up by the emergency activation, too. That was unfortunate. That was very misplayed on my part. Very early mistake. too much sniping me from back here too. Let's just get the fly fish out at least. Yeah, too bad we made a mistake so early, but I'm sure we can still have a clean run from here, mostly. Maybe we should not do emergency activation on Meteor if we're running automatic with everything, because sometimes we're just caught with no gadget available just from too much activating at once. It's okay, we'll farm up what we can. Whoop. Oh, getting stuck here. Out, out. Yeah. Couldn't get out. So yeah, we lack escapes here, so this is not looking great, but maybe automated a few too many things here without having a viable safety measure, but that's okay, just still playing around with it. Are they in danger again? Yeah, no, that didn't work well at all. Maybe we take off the automation just to have a bit more flexibility. But of course, I think we just needed to play that better in general. Got stuck in too many places. Yeah, it might have been excessively automated here. Let's take this off for a moment. Maybe explosion Well, that mattered more than we thought, but it didn't seem to be doing very much damage. So, in fact, we can test that. Should have tested it to begin with. Let's say, for example, never mind the range up for a moment. Let's say we have this placement here. Actually, it does a fair bit on the landing. Maybe we should have kept it for 40k on it. It still works as an escape if we keep it that way. I still would like to double charge on it if we can keep it. Yeah, because I thought it wasn't doing much for us there, but it actually is. What do we even take off? Oh, the range. We probably want to keep the range, though, but there's some kind of compromise. Maybe we can try with a blaster, and then we can have maybe 2 additional slots on it to free up somewhere. I don't think we want to reduce the range by that much. The duration might not matter as much when we have to double charge. So we can take off 1 more point somewhere. Or possibly use an upgrade to take off a point. And we can get the range way up. Let's leave it as is for the moment. We'll maybe build into that point once we've seen how this performs. Yeah, because I was using this previously as an alternate escape mechanism, and maybe we should have kept that available. If I can get the large explosion on it again, that would be better. Could we just upgrade one of these? Upgrade the multi-shot, perhaps. Since it's one that I'll likely be using on this no matter what. And since it doesn't seem to have any additional level to deal with, we could get the duration up here as well, but I feel like we'll draw an even better one at some point. So we want to spend on something that will stick. Yeah, and eventually hopefully we'll draw a higher quality explosive placement that gives us that kind of radius on it, but at a much lower cost. So we'll go back to actively using the turret as an escape, or as a zoning tool. Should work better because you can kind of anticipate them and have the second charge available for when we actually need it. Goldie's here. Okay. Where's Goldie? Can't see Goldie. We haven't caught very many goldies. There's a goldie. Whoop. Bill's got to get out of the way. I don't think we're catching that goalie, but that's okay. Let's... take what we can. I think we've only caught one goalie this entire game, and that was much earlier. We haven't seen it spawn very much, though. Look at this. Only on the red objectives in these levels. Oh, hang on. That was a mistake. Get out, get out. No, too slow. Should have splatted an escape route there. That was very careless one. Such an easy set of enemies that's just in the middle of nowhere. Very careless. Okay, Big Stack's gotta go first. Okay. This is a big man moment. So just get out. And clear space. Make some space here. We don't need this yet. We'll install. As long as we're reasonably cautious, I don't think the clear should be a problem, but disasters do happen. in this spot here. Which is exactly what gave us trouble last time. Oh, that was not nearly the range I wanted. But should I catch it with a breeze there? So we have a bit more movement available. We need to get out of here to prioritize the stinger. It's just not big man, even though it's just the last enemy, but didn't want to mess with that. We'll get him charged up again soon enough. Again, let's not get trapped in the corner. Actually, this was exactly the spot that got me in trouble last time, just getting too close into that corner with no escape. So that was a bit of a failure to learn from mistakes there. Okay. Yeah, I see red down there. Let's go for it. Oh, so much too close to whatever they were checking our way. Let's get his other choke point first, and then we'll continue. Yeah, I can't underestimate the bomb range of the Cohawks there. Well, not much more remaining. Too close. Oh, missed it. I have to remember sometimes to get the multiplier up and then start drilling. Okay, we have to be careful with the cluster. Let's not go for that angle towards the big stack and get trapped in the corner like we did last time, but we will need to take care of it at some point. You know what? Let's just go with big man right now. Oh, hang on. Fell off the cliff. Okay, right as we were about to finish too, and I didn't see where we were going with big man. That escaped. That was unfortunate. We were doing reasonably well, and then fell off the side. Oh well. That's okay. Decent income. We'll stick with this area and this approach for the moment. Yeah, definitely feeling the lack of movement options, but I would like to draw more options into the torque screw instead of having to buy into it, which we can't really afford yet. The torque screw does give you quite a bit of movement potentially. On the tactics side. Okay. Very close to finishing it properly, but not quite. So let's keep at it. And if we eventually want to switch back to one of the more reliably effective setups, we can do that too. Yeah, that one particular big stack stingray in the corner was giving us a lot of trouble. Just couldn't find a good way to approach it. lose and early left this time too. Something silly like that. If we can avoid it. Let's not walk off the edge the way we've been doing in some of the different locations. Yeah, sometimes we get out of the tether range and we're getting despawns, but then they just come back out at the bottom when we approach, but sometimes in a different arrangement, so it does help to back out sometimes if the enemy setup isn't looking great. Pretty spread out over here, but of course it was just an interstitial segment before we get to the next big crystal up ahead. Smoker's causing problems already. If we could find it. Big man is the life of the co-op party. Whoop. Stepped a little too close. Oh, let's not die to the flyfish. You have to remember more often that we can use big men to approach aerial enemies like slamming lids. Okay, this is the area that we have trouble approaching sometimes. We do have Big Man as an escape if necessary, though. As long as we don't dive off the cliff. Whoa, strong arms. There's something to say about that, but let's get out of danger. Oh. A little bit further. There we go. Remote toy claw blaster. I feel like having the long range property on a blaster might actually be effective here. Whoops. Oh, dove down into the middle of nowhere. Whoops. Didn't see the edge. That's what happens when we back into everything. That's unfortunate, but oddly enough, we did clear space. Unfortunately, that means that we didn't pick up a whole lot of eggs, which is what we're going for. Before we cash out of this level with the clear. Explosive finale. Let's use Big Man just in case. Didn't chase this one very well compared to previous attempts at this section. We had eels obstructing eels. Yeah, we don't have Big Man. We're getting in danger. Watch over the strong arms. Okay, a lot of clusters conveniently available down here. Let's see what we can do. Maybe go for that smoker first. Nope, bad idea. Nope. Got very stuck. Well, let's not lose a run now after all that work. Next cluster should do it when it comes to the 16K, so let's just approach it carefully. Keeping men in reserve as well. We'll go down to the closer position down here since it's a little more accessible. So who's defending this one? No one? Really? That's strange. Guess we cleared that at some earlier point and just didn't loot it. Yeah, this position is a really tough one to take if I can find a better approach to it. Yeah, because this was the one where we were kind of falling off the edge of both directions. Of course, we can always back out to a despawn approach if we are getting sapped a little too much. Get in here without the big stacks in the back. That might actually be the way to do it, just despawn the big stacks. Okay, we don't need to destroy much more to get over to 16K. That will do it. Well, we can't go directly back to the main objective at this point. It might be safer to do so. If we're just going for the clear with the ×2. We can't continue looting indefinitely, of course, but I think we will play it safe. That's not playing it safe. It's bouncing all the way back. Let's see. I mean, there is one remaining red objective down there if we really want. Now, let's just take the clear. So we can make some improvements before we go to whatever's next. Yeah, it's about 20 minutes to run on these, which is why we spent so much time on this one. On the 2 earlier attempts that failed very late. No 5-star weapons this time, though. But explosive finale on the torque screw looks like it has potential. We do want more to work with on the torque screw. You can take a look at it. Let's just take a look at this for a moment. Get a sense of its range. Yeah, it does passive damage to it, and then we'll look at the explosion. We definitely want the floaty fun on it, so it's useful as an escape tool. It's got a decent explosion. Doesn't seem to do very much damage, though. Might be helpful though. Increased vertical area on it, and we still have pinhoist to deal with. Some bit for floaty fun, no doubt. Because if you increase the vertical range, then you can get a bit more with it. Yeah, we could try running it once. Because we haven't really been using screw in live setting all that much. And we can put that in conjunction with ferment as well. Probably more useful than the power red collection for the open stages, since we aren't under time pressure to collect. Yeah, because you're kind of dead center on the propeller as well. That get some things done. Then we can ride a little bit and get some air time. This might be useful. Let's try it as a replacement for the shot pod. because then you can give yourself a lot more mobility that's not obstructed. I'm liking it quite a lot, actually. Feels like I've been sleeping on this one the whole game. Maybe we used it in conjunction with beating or building the meteor mids with the aerial movement as well, then you can just stay in the air much of the time. It actually might make sense to build it with the gadget cooldown for time in the air. As well as the height bonus on slamming with the meteor. There's a lot of synergies that we could start to exploit with this that we haven't yet. We haven't been using the vortex all that much up to this point, mostly because we just haven't drawn very many good upgrades to work with it from not playing tactics enough in the endgame, but that is a fixable problem. And particularly if you drop it on stationary targets like the smokers or the stingers, then you can just whip them down. Particularly with the propeller itself having a bit of added damage compared to the vortex itself. Also would be really good against Big Shot, just in terms of not being on the ground while you're dealing with it. Look at how much better it is in fact. We've totally been sleeping on this one. Immediately great. I just dump it on top of the stinger directly. And you have a little room to circle around in the air without having your movement obstructed. And look at that, it works beautifully. Absolutely marvelous. Okay, let's not get into danger though. We got into danger, let's get out. Okay, we need to fly all the way over there for that objective. Let's be careful where we're jumping. Fly fish. Yeah, because you can take big shot from the air, you can take stingers from the air eventually. Let's get over there. Yeah, it works well because it's so good defensively. And we'll absolutely investigate this further. I think this is a replacement for the blast boot that I was looking for. Now, of course, we can use it if we're running speed in conjunction with the blast boot as well. Best position here. Unfortunately, we're caught with vortex and cooldown. Yeah, I can't believe we slept in the vortex all this time. It is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Get to my vortex once we dropped it, but it's okay. Well, maybe a bit of damage for us in the meantime until we can get out. Gotta use it better in conjunction with big man as well. That's one thing that we have been underusing for sure. Yeah, much more pleasant to just not be totally mobbed on the ground all the time. That'll be... have an escape again. It's just staring us in the face all this time as the escape tool of choice for a tactical build, and so we just never experimented with it properly until now, and it's paid off very handsomely. Okay, crystal over here, great. Generated just in time. Let's get out of trouble here for a moment. Okay, so for a moment. We have so much uptime on a weapon without having to submerge. Oh, we may need a big man of this in a moment. Got a little bit stuck in there with my escape tool still included. Getting pretty close to that 16k already, actually. Fee-foo, Moz. Couple of drizzlers here, shouldn't make too much of a problem. We'll see what else we get. Now remember, Big Man's not up yet. It's not charged right into the middle just yet. Until we have sorted a few things out. Just a little bit shy of the 16k, but I think we'll reach it easily. This has gone very smoothly. Very, very smoothly. So which one next? This one's close by. And back to the main crystal. Short hop away. What do we got here? More on torque screw. Huge knockback on it. If we can get the points for it, that'd be great. I've completely become a convert to the way of the torque screw over the course of that last level. You need to free up a few points for it. Propeller damage, we don't need to rely on too much here. But I don't know that we have anything else that we want to reduce. Well, let's see what other upgrades are available for it that we can purchase. Because then we can see what's affordable. Yeah, because if we maybe reduce the horizontal area cost, although I think we'll eventually want to get an even bigger one there. That's assuming we want to run the knockback on it. It's almost better if we have everything get absorbed into it. See if we'll get some decent damage off of something here. Floaty Fun is always going to be something we use, and there's only one level on it, and the upgrade gives you 10%. I think we easily upgrade this one. Yeah, the knockback is from the propeller, so the propeller might keep things away or spread them, but then you don't have as much sort of concentrated in the center. So I don't even know if it's a good idea to run it, because it might not actually merge that well with everything else we're doing here, but we'll try it. And we're going to make an adjustment, because rather than a risky reward, clearly the thing we go for is Gadget Recovery Fly. Yeah, you can do a real danger build if you basically stay in the air the whole time. You're not going to be submerged, and then you put yourself in danger for risky reward or something. But I think this will be fine. I think that's what we'll go with, and we'll give it a go. Let's sell off some of the excess weapons so we just know how much capital we have to work with. We'll sell off some of the 4 stars eventually as well, but not as much of a priority. We'll just keep looting. May as well see if there's anything else we want to do with something like the meteor mid as well, because this is one that we're running across multiple builds as well. And why do we even take explosion area up with the extra point unnecessarily? I think maybe we just haven't looked at the available upgrades for a while. Because yeah, there's no benefit to take the 7-pointer over to 6-pointer here. I think we just haven't updated it in some time. And we free up a point for that. Then again, I might want to see if we can pump the freeze percentage up to whatever's legendary there. Like if we have something like an 8-point freeze that gets us 100%, we should obviously go for it. If we can afford it. And indeed, that's exactly what we need. Because with the icebreaker build that has 100% freeze on both this and the blast boots, that might do some wonders. But let's change this up slightly. In fact, before we forget, let's put a preset on this first of all. And then let's switch back to the other one with the meteor mid so we can tinker with it for the moment so we don't forget to make the change that we just did. And we'll save this one on 1, and then let's go back to 5. We can probably clear 2 and 3 eventually. These were just the alternate icebreaker builds that we were using for clearing the set of dungeons that unlocked our way to the bottomless buffet, but we're not really using them so much anymore. Eventually, we probably do want to spend on upgrading the icebreaker dualies as well, just in case we want that as an alternate option. But for now, in the absence of having the blast boots on the tactical build, I think the 100% freeze on the meteor does make a lot of sense. And again, if we can eventually get icebreaker on one of the high-powered weapons like a blaster, that would be ideal. We may need to loot quite a few more parts before we get to that point. So we'll see how well the knockback goes this time on the corkscrew. Get right under that 5-ish. Oh, hang on. almost get out of trouble here. The eel was absolutely my way. Yeah, no. We just went straight into danger. Okay, that was not wise. Mistake right off the bat. Okay. However, we can still do it like this. Yeah, steel eel's kind of chasing here. We spend so much time in the air that we'll have a lot of cooldowns available. Yeah, too bad about that early mistake. We'll just have to be careful from these points. Yeah, steel eel is a bit of a problem. We'll get to it. Ooh, double big stack over there. We do need to take care of them. Much better that time. Oh, whoops. Not the best place to stand. Nope. A bit stuck around the edge, but we'll make it. And do the big shot wall. So we come up here for a bit. Smoker down there somewhere. I didn't see it. Well, it's all the way in the back, actually. Okay. Okay, no need to go to the big one yet. Let's see where we'll go next. Up here. Many more objectives await. Starting with the red one. Actually, no, starting with the blue one. Oh, vote please. Oh, no. Stood too close to the lid there without securing the ink. That location first. Primo Perfume Squelcher. Still waiting for a 5-star Squelcher. Would really be beneficial here. Amazing how much more legible this game can be from the sky. Let's get around the eel a little bit. If we can, so we can just mark it properly. And we'll see about a drizzler. Okay, next. Is it really just that one node over there? There should be more. Yeah, more in the back. Do you see another big stack to deal with down there? Let's see if we want to approach that first. Let's do this one first. We really do need an icebreaker blaster to complete this idea. Very ferment heavy approaches. Working at the moment as well. No complaints about that. Live fish first. And sure, let's just go to the near position over here. Let's see about that stinger. And that fly fish. And that fly fish too. Whoa, okay, this is a big game moment. Big man's biting this time. Precisely for this kind of situation to get us out of trouble. Oh, in danger. We get out. We get dumped on here. Not over the line for 16k yet, but we'll get there. These here. Now I'm not really going for necessarily a super high damage oriented build, so I don't know if we're that effective against Goldie here. Oop, let's not stomp directly on the eel. We need more eggs before Big Man can get us out of trouble. Have to get that. Can't even see Goldie at the moment, but Golden Flash is way over there actually. Oh, bad idea. Oh, Goldie's already run around to the other side, so I don't think that's happening. Yeah, that's good for Goldie. That's okay. Well, we might as well take a look over here to see which crystal we'll go for next. Yeah, I guess we should have had the height multiplier available for meteors so we could dunk on everybody from way up high. Leave that poor little scrapper down there. Let's see what to do with it. I say poor, like we're not about to mince it. Oh, no, fell off the edge. Oh, that was unfortunate. And then it takes its in one life too. We need to not fall off the edge in this position second time. That could blow the whole run. Yeah, I was trying to flank it and then I just knocked myself back. Oh well. Might want to go big man preemptively here just to get out of trouble because we might be in a bit of a bind if the eels don't get out of the way. Standing in the wrong place in order to scrapper. That's why having the movement ability on the meteor might be much, much better. Now we should be able to get over 16k after these kills down. Let's pop it and take all that, and we should be able to get out of here safely as long as we don't fall off a cliff. Which is not a given. We do have to be careful. I haven't really run Splatlings at all this game. Maybe that's an oversight. Sometimes we neglect things that turn out to be amazing. Are we dealing with flyfish? We are not. We're just going to exit. Okay, let's keep going. I guess the advantage of prioritizing treasures first is that it would get your shard yield multiplier up further. If you decide to dig into the bottomless buffet prior to clearing out Spirelight-oriented levels like this one, then you get a bigger gain. But of course, we want to get some decent upgrades going before we push that far down. So let's see what we can do. So yeah, I got a Primo engine roller here. What's this? We're on the high fiver. Very nice propeller damage on the choice screw, even though we're not running propeller damage at the moment. That might be something that we should consider for later if we ever upgraded enough to free up the points. Anyway, that's another one down. Let's continue to just scrap a little bit here to see what we can do, and then it's not very much. But we'll just back up more resources for now to see what we can do as we go for the final two clears here. I think we keep the same idea with the torque screw, unless we want to switch it back to damage to take advantage of that new and substantially better damage increase that we managed to pick up with a 60%. I think we'd do that, we'd take out the knockback, but a knockback might have a nice subtle defensive effect right now that we're not fully appreciating, and so maybe that is better. The other thing that you can do is switch vortex damage over to propeller damage if we can free up a point elsewhere. And yeah, that might just be a case of taking some other upgrade. Well, if we can afford a big upgrade at some point, then maybe we might need to save up for that, though. Let's see, because some things will be costly. Yeah, so you can only upgrade each of the parts once, as we know. Costs quite a bit more to upgrade anything that is in the 4-star range. I think we leave it for now, but keep that idea in mind for when we can maybe draw higher quality screw mods that can let us free up the points somewhere without sacrificing too much of what we're running. Descriptive, have I ever known a sushi place to be open until 4 a.m.? I have to think about that. I want to say yes. But you need to be in a fairly populous city to have that happen. I don't know that I have a specific one in mind. Are you attempting to get sushi at the moment? Because if so, best of luck. Treat yourself at this fine hour. Okay, let's run the beautifully defensive torque screw build here again. Again, we just need to not fall off the ice. Oh yeah, we should have thought about that height bonus on the meteor, because it does make a lot of sense with torque screw if we're running it this way, but let's do some mining. Fast chum, well, lucky for me, that doesn't... Oh, hang on, we're in danger already. Never mind. Let's not speak too soon. was about to say something massively overconfident there. Ride the vortex a little bit. I can't see my own vortex. Oh, we're standing next to too much stuff. No, hang on. Okay, bad start. There we go, much better. Let's get some of the cover and fire out of the way. Yeah, I couldn't get on my own vortex successfully that time. I was part of the problem there. It's okay. As long as we don't make too many mistakes like that from here. And don't fall off any cliffs. Maybe alright. Take advantage of being 100% freeze on this as well. And yeah, you enjoy your city's weird little 3 a.m. sushi place. That sounds wonderful. That sounds like a good reason to live there. I feel like it's a sign of proper urban civilization to have dining options at all hours. Okay. A lot of this stuff is buffed up. We should be careful here. Big man. Big man time. Let's get the eel out of the way. Look at that. This stinger is zoning us out from all the way over here. No wonder we're having trouble. We're so far out of reach. Oh, missed. Let's do the big man jump against this. A bot jump. Okay, now let's see about the next objective. So yeah, just one very critical mistake at the very start so far, but we should still be able to make it out with this one if we just don't charge into danger without having our big man powered escape ready. We'll just smack him. Bit of bombardment coming across the ice over there. Kind of interesting how this ice placement with them. We can't get away by swimming or anything else. Let's make sure we don't get zapped before we get out of danger, and then power up a little bit first with these outliers before we push the objective. Fly fish first. Whoop. A little bit risky here. Of course, if you fly on the ice, the Spinooks can't drop their ink everywhere now, can they? Okay. Explosive finale. Which we haven't been running lately, but it's good to have that available if we get back onto a turret build. That was indeed for the shot pod, as I thought it was. Danger, danger. Let's just get out. Hope we're in danger again. Okay, that was unfortunate. Let's swim away. Here we go. Yeah, just land directly on top of the steel eel head. Not wise. With how they curl around. Luckily, with freeze effect here, we just need to spot where the tail is for once. Yeah, I got a freeze effect rather off this flower over here. Exact at the right time. Red objective over there. We can steadily move towards it. We should get rid of this flyfish. Want to bother with these guys? Nah, let's just keep on going this way. A little out of range for a steel eel. Actually, no, we got it. Against big shot, we definitely stay up in the air. Oh, defeat the enemies, yeah. Still missing one. Still missing a few. This whole cluster. Still got a drizzler. We can put flanking scrappers here, but let's get big man to get us out of trouble for a moment. Okay, who's next? We'll head over there. Everything's pretty close by here. Whoa, ink, that's what we'll just smash this guy. My fish should probably go down first. Just approach. Get up in the air. Steel eel position is not great, but we'll try to get around it. Might as well take out this cluster while we're here in naval. Oh. Again, don't fall off the edge. Very, very important. Especially this deep into the level when we actually have progress that we wouldn't like to squander. Oh, that was despawned. Okay, that's fine. We'll keep going. Yeah, the steel eel position is probably the main thing to watch out for here with artificial noise, but let's get the flying fish out so we don't get ourselves into too much danger. I need some ink. Surprisingly low ink. Explosion area up. I think it's on Bum Balloon if I read that icon correctly. I do kind of miss playing Bum Balloon. We were so reliant on it in the early game. It was a lot of fun to play. Just haven't been running it so much recently. Get ourselves out of trouble here and make this in the air. Didn't quite get within correct range to freeze everything here, but yeah, one more cluster. In fact, just 5 more big power eggs will do it, so we don't even necessarily need to go to an objective if we just take things out sooner. Stomping around in the ice where nobody's making any ink. Yeah, it's kind of nice how riding in the updrafts on playing Torque essentially feels like this game's equivalent to playing Inkjet, except less fussy to control. But if you're comfortable with Inkjet, you're essentially right at home with the floating mechanics. Who's left? Okay, not gonna fight that thing. Let's just go back. If we can. Oh, Goldie's here. You know what? Let's play a little bit. In fact, might be a good opportunity to just take Pigman and snipe a few things. And see if we can even look at where Goldie is positioned, because I certainly can't find. Alright. Yeah, I couldn't quite do it, but worth a try. Oh, we might as well take a reward for fighting here. Once it's available. And I think we just get out of here at this point. Okay, lots of new properties here. Shot pod explosive finale, bump balloons explosion up. Tether whale duration up. We might want to build towards that since we're running tether in multiple builds as well. We need to free up 4 points for that. Might be beneficial. Do we really need reel him in? I mean, I guess if it helps us hit things. We can also slightly reduce that bonus and maybe take off 2 points elsewhere. Or pop some upgrades on this as well. We'll see. Maybe this is fine as is. But if we can do 2 different upgrades here, that'd be ideal. Let's try that instead. Take off the real and see if that performs as well as we'd like. Just to try it. Okay, at this point. We'll go with that. We can afford some big weapon upgrades at this point, but I think I'd rather stick to the current plan. That said, we can take a look at a tether whale to see what the upgrade costs we're looking at might be like. Yeah, 30k for that. That's pretty good though, 16% increase. And, you know, we're never getting rid of that multiple laser on this. This is absolutely something we're just going to build into pretty much indefinitely. It's true for a number of these. Let's leave it for now, but that's a potential upgrade path for later if we need to free up the points. In fact, if we can free up 3 outer points so we can bring Reelman back in, I don't know if we necessarily want to though. Yeah, Reelman actually has another tier here as well that we haven't built into, but which might be useful. I guess it depends on whether we consider the cooldown time on the header to be an issue. If we really do need that full uptime increase. Anyway, I think we keep this build and we take it to Bagel Beach. And then after that, we'll see what we have time for. Maybe we'll do the boss rematches. Or we can just continue pushing Bottomless Buffet. We'll see how much time we have. We haven't taken this setup into anything timed just yet to see if the damage on it is still acceptable. And indeed, we may actually want to pump the main weapon before we go back down for some further excavation. Okay, that is a big Sparky swim. Let's get rid of it. What was that stinger anyways down here? I wonder if I couldn't see it. In danger a little too early here. Let's get out for a moment. In danger still. Let's get out. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I got a little bit careless. Very nice of the bot's targeting interface to remind me to get back there and loot. Okay, fly fish we'll have to deal with here. Fly fish and Spinook. This is a big man moment. Undoubtedly. We even have an objective to hit here with crystals. Not really, but I guess we'll get more power eggs going anyway. Not a great place to stand, but you can get behind the scrapper there. Okay, at the moment, we'll go anywhere really, just head to this objective perhaps, since it is closest. Pink chum. I'm going to deal with that. Let's get behind the steel eel if we can. Oh, did I miss? Oh, I totally missed. Straight into the water. And that was poorly positioned. Unfortunate. I was trying to get on the tail of the steel eel. That was the purpose of going back to it like that in such a risky position. That did not work out. Get behind the eel if we can. Need to get out of here at the moment. Well, let's figure out I'm gonna go next, and that objective is right back there. That's gonna be simple enough. Let's jump and fly fish first. Escape if we can. Why don't we put Big Man in the bot on top of these bouncy platforms? He does bounce. Oh, except he doesn't stay in place, so he doesn't just do a straight vertical bounce. Because otherwise you can get tons of height off him if that. You bounce on top of him while he's mid-bounce. Really watch yourself. Drill's ready, and we don't care. We're still going. See a big flying fish over there, though. That take some caution. Yeah, same setup as before with the 2 flying fish, 1 major, 1 minor. Out of ink there. Oh, whoa, no, bad idea. Let's get Big Man, just in case. Oh, kind of wasted, but I was in trouble there after dipping into the water. Potentially huge blunder, and luckily we still have lots of eggs to collect to get Big Man back up and running before too long. Raise this guy up. Back to the dock side, which again, the major risk factor there is just falling off the edge if we're not careful. Okay, let's try to catch a tail of Steelio though this time properly. Oh, we're in danger already. Nope, bad idea. Got stuck. Okay, we do have to be very careful at this point. That's not careful. Let's get more eggs up and running so we can get Big Man available for escapes again. And we'll have to be careful because we are on the last life, and it's a good 20 minutes of progress out the window if we don't manage to get this over the line. Oh, more reasons to come back here and loot some more though. Got hit by too many lids, I think. Okay, next, let's go for red, and I think we'll get reasonably close to finish. Let's not fall in the water. Okay, big man's not up yet. Let's be careful. Falling a little short, maybe just slightly short. We can just take out some stragglers somewhere on the field and should be able to get to that times 2. I don't know that we'll go for that flyfish objective. I think it's better to pick up a few outliers if we can find them. Oh, they'll get out of here anyway from... That's pulling out of range, but... Let's not mess with the steel eel too much here. Well, we're here anyway, we might as well finish this up and move. And then we'll get it. Okay, kind of fun to run the corkscrew build today. Now that we have 100% freeze on both Meteor and Blast Boot, though, I wonder if we should give the Icebreaker build another crack, even if it is with a weaker weapon currently. With dualies that haven't been upgraded quite so much. If it works out, we should upgrade them. How do we get into another fight here? Where are we going to exit? I just decided to walk into another battle. In this area with the flyfish. That's fine, we'll just take it. Okay, we should probably get out at this point, though. We're really gonna pull everything there? Oh, wow. Alright, sure, one more. Probably big man out of this one, though. Sooner rather than later. Although, maybe we should hold him for an emergency, just in case. Probably just strong arms, actually. They're not to be trifled with. Let's not lose run here when we're already at the full 16k. Who's left? Flipper, flubber. Yeah, never underestimate a strong arm. So I haven't really faced that many of them so far, so maybe we need to learn that the hard way a few more times before it really sinks in. Okay, that's it for all of the crystal stages when it comes to just getting the clear on Ultra Spicy. And look at this, we've got a 5-star oil blaster, and what does this have? This has, whoops, submerged recovery and icebreaker. Icebreaker blaster, yeah, we're taking this. Oh yes, we're taking this. It's only a 4 times on it though. That's the thing. Not quite as good as that 5 times that we have on the dualies, but it's a blaster. We should play with this. And it's got a ferment effect on it as well. That means we'll be a little bit more one-dimensional when it comes to elemental effects. So maybe it's not as good as diversifying, but we have to do this for fun. We have to try this out. Let me, first of all, do some selling off. And we'll take care of some of the 4-star ones eventually too, I think. Since we got so many of these that we're not using. But let's keep options open. I mean, you never know. Yeah, because this gives you icebreaker as well. Because we can get this level 3 icebreaker. It's already upgraded. Wait a minute. So you don't need to spend something to swap out? Let me try this out for a moment. Oh, okay. And then to swap it out, you would need to do something like this, and then probably upgrade from there from other icebreaker shards. I see. I understand. Yeah, we hadn't actually played with this yet, so I didn't quite understand that the expense is not the one that you're looking at right here. The expense that you see on the sheet is if you're building another one. Long range with the blaster is actually, I think, not that great. But then if we swap out a 2-star, we're kind of losing it, right? Or losing it as a fragment? I'm not sure. Because we can get icebreaker on this guy. And it's going to be massive. Let's compare the other blaster first, though. Yeah, obviously we haven't upgraded this to 20 levels of damage yet, so it's not quite as good. But if Icebreaker here is already level 2, maybe we can have the pieces to upgrade it to level 3 straight up. You pick the same one, you can upgrade it instead. So yeah, we actually need many, many more Icebreaker shards to do it. And then get that on a ×5. Because otherwise we'll have to spend tons of shards to build it into another weapon and level it up all the way to 3. So let's try the oil blaster. See how it feels. And if we can... See, this is why I don't want to overspend on just one weapon, because, you know, we might suddenly change our mind about what we're going for. And then if we go back to the power build with the Splatterlights, we might even have Scorch going as well. So first, before we do anything, I'm going to save the current setup. This is our go-to for tactics. And then we're going to go back to this build here. And I'm going to swap this out with Bow Blaster. And we'll keep it as a default damage for now because we'll run a comparatively easy level just to see how well it works with the massive freeze effect on everything. Freeze and freeze. Do I have an elemental effect on my Splatterlights? Let's see. Because we have Scorch, but we're not using it. Maybe we should be using it. But then I think we put some upgrades on this. To free up the points. Can we really free up 4 points worth? Well, maybe we just go pure Icebreaker for now, because then we'll have the ferment effect on a weapon as well. And let's just see how it goes. We'll try it on the first of the boss rematches. Yeah, because look at this. You know, 230k. Look at that. Yeah, and the thing is, it'll be area damage too against a frozen area. I think this is going to be great. Let's try it. Maybe not so great against a single target like the boss, but we'll have plenty to take out in the ad phase. Okay, bosses first. If we like it, we'll probably just upgrade damage on this weapon. Bring it in line with the other blaster. And then after that, we'll see if we can push more bottomless buffet if we do have the time. Let's do the rematch. Okay, flat attack. Let's see which one it is. Yeah, you can just blow everything away. That's great. And you've got a really quick cooldown as well. Everything around you. You need to clear space around us. have to get some damage on the boss, of course, at some point too. Really doing this properly, but yeah, blaster and icebreaker to wreck everything around you. As we suspected it might. We do need to be doing more damage on the boss, but we'll see if we can get a space. Yeah, charge power egg phase. That should not be too difficult given how we're playing this. How quick the cooldowns are as well. Yeah, we really do need more of those icebreaker shards going so we can get 5 times as multiplayer on this weapon. That's the way to do it. Just switch over to this one as the main blaster from this point if we're running this build. Noticeably higher point requirement, I think, for... I may actually have to collect for the drill, but we did expect that. Oh, I'm on Shiver right now. I'm not on Big Man. I forgot that Shiver was on this preset. I Shiver on this preset. We rotated to Shiver for something, I guess, when we were doing this. Or maybe we want to Shiver for the ice. We'll go maximum ice build. And just blow everything away. Yeah, I think we were doing some kind of damage build at some point that we were a Shiver. Make sure we have ice available for when it goes down. There we go. That's my chance. Oh no, it's because Shiver's required for this level. Yeah, no, we have Big Man as our setup normally. Yeah, that's right, you just pointed it out. Because the boss does require each member of Deep Cut in turn. That's okay, works for me given the ice energy we got on for Shiver. And that escapes have not really been a problem for us at the moment. With the mobility that we get from Blast Boot plus Meteor. Let's be careful here. Go up a bit. Whoa. Remember, we do not have Big Man. I do need to get out of danger manually. Whoops. It's an unfortunate little spot there. Rather unnecessary to take that. So we had to get on the boss. We've been neglecting it. To do the phase transition. I think you do need to pass a certain damage threshold. Whoa. Getting in a bit of trouble. Okay, that works. Whoops, a bit risky there. Yeah, look at how fast the cooldowns are too. Okay, steel eel could be a problem if we're not careful. Whoop. Get out. Yeah, no need to save Shiver for the other phase right now. Let's just do some damage. Oh, let's not get in danger. Luckily, a pretty big arena for escapes, so if you get out of the way. Whoops. As long as you don't have flyfish or something dumping on you. I don't think flyfish even appeared by this point in the game yet. Anyway, so it seems like the hard mode doesn't change that. Here's some space. Wow, that's a lot of bombardment. All over the map. Now do we spend Shiver now or save for the ad phase? I guess we'll be doing a little bit more damage directly if we can. Oop. Hang on. Let's got a bit of trouble here. At this point, I don't think we even get another trophy. We just burn down with Shiver and see what happens. Here we go. Okay, that's out of the way. I gotta do something quick. I'm gonna see on Bottomless how this weapon performs with no upgrades on it currently. Because if it performs really well, then that's going to tell us that we should be investing in it heavily and pumping its damage to match the other blaster. Let's see, because in the lower floors, survivability is kind of half the battle anyway, but if we can just get everything down quickly with all the shattering that we get on the icebreaker effect, that might even be sufficient. Okay. Maybe we just go like this. Let's Spotlights collect everything as well. Get a really quick cooldown refresh on the kill. Oh, jumped off into the middle of nowhere. That's unfortunate. We're doing okay too. Thirty seconds remaining. We might want a big man. Yeah, we got lots of time to spare. Even with the death earlier. Yeah, just mainly just damage check to see how we're doing with this idea. Got into danger here. Whoops. Again, just mistimed a meteor and landed on top of the steel hill. That was a big mistake. Yeah, really can't just spam the meteor indiscriminately when a steel eel is about. Unless you know that you're right within the range of the tail. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Whoops. Read that a little bit late. But the important thing is that the damage is good. On the ice breaking. I'm going to try that again. If we play more cautiously, then we might be fine. And of course, we're doing double icebreaker right now, but if we do even one of the other builds that we have on the other tanks that's just using one of the abilities, size everything up, this might still work out pretty well. Just because icebreaker plus blaster is so potent. Okay, let's not dive into the middle of nowhere. Very important. Get around a steel eel before we stomp. Power rake's full, 40 seconds remaining. Yeah, this is quite nice, offensively speaking. We just need to make sure we don't dive into trouble. Okay. Oh, eel. Let's just get out of trouble. Yeah, the damage race is truly not an issue here. 14 seconds is maybe tighter than I'd like, but that's with 0 upgrades on a weapon right now. Okay. That's a whole lot of stinging. Better do big man now, just to make sure we push the clock a bit. Lots of time to spare. napping owl. Okay. Well, we know the thing to do, which is... we'll see about scrapping maybe even all of this. Do we really want to use any of these? Because I'm just drawing for everything that's 5-star at this point. In fact, even this butane blaster with the icebreaker, I don't think we break it because then we get those icebreaker shards, which we do need. Yeah, we haven't really been playing Splatoon. You know, they've got those really nice damage numbers on them, especially on the primo units. But I think we break everything. And if we look at it, icebreaker shards, we get 6. We still need a lot more to make it work, but we'll see about that, because we absolutely want that ×5 upgrade. Like, we can eventually get up to it. I mean, that's just going to depend on drawing a lot more icebreaking. So yeah, I think we absolutely leveled this one up. It's too good. So, let's see about this. And we can even afford this. So the damage numbers don't go quite as high as the other one, but the thing is with the icebreaker effect, that doesn't matter. Let's just spend everything. Actually, it's equivalent. Same stats. Exactly the same stats. Ink efficiency, rate of fire. So yeah, butane blaster I think has more DPS from the rate of fire then, but then ink efficiency combined with the icebreaker effect, I think we absolutely go for this. Still. Our oil blaster. 300k for instance. Or 50k on a single shot. All of the different busts that we have going on. Yeah, we're running it. Before that though, let's do another boss rematch to get it out of the way. I always wonder if you can get the freeze effect on small fry. Because if you can, that potentially solves a problem for us here. You know what? We're going to try this. Although that depends entirely on what we can get a freeze on. Because we're not going to get the kill effect for the cooldown. 200k, well, maybe not enough to work with there, but yeah, not really enough. Looks like there might be a limit to how much you can freeze it to. We're not really on a damage build right now. We should maybe fix that, but yeah, with 13 seconds remaining, not going to happen, but Actually, we've done better with some of the other builds. We haven't customized for this at all. I just wanted to do a quick damage check, but the freeze effect doesn't go down often enough for that to matter, I think. Just wanted to check it. Let's do a different one. Let's go down to this fight. Now for this one, we want to have the blast boot on reserve just in case we need an escape. So we don't want to use it too soon, but... Wow, it goes fast. We need to watch out for the carts that become available in the middle. Don't really get a frozen effect on the boss, but at least for the ad phase it'll be efficient. Poke it in the eye. Oh, let's wait for it. And knock it down that way. Without the freeze effect, it's a little bit slow going at first, but when we have the ad phase, I'm sure we can do it quickly. Barely caught it. Actually, this part is much weaker. I've been hitting it in the eyes or on the top of his head all this time. It's actually not the best way to do it. They pop its wheels. Well, now... Okay, yeah. Now it's protected, and then we just go for the ice breaking now. Wasn't watching out for Moz there. Just get out of danger for a moment. Very busy screen. But we should have gone for Fry there to do more mass damage. Maybe we can do that on the boss phase. Just one boss. Okay. Looks like we should be doing better here. Okay, save the escape for a moment. Oops, a bit late. Okay, egg base, looking forward to that. Even how well it's been going, just from our damage output. Just be careful not to get into danger from all the Maws. Okay, starting to get there. Don't know if we'll actually make it to another egg phase or if we just burn it down with what we have. Oops. Shouldn't have kicked that so early. Oops. Yeah, it was mostly that 100% buff that we get on damage after jumping with the blast proof that got us through the regular phase there, mostly. Again, this blast ability I think is maybe not so optimized for single targets, but it does do crowd control very, very well. Naturally, we're going to try this one. I mean, everything's frozen already. How come the icebreaker doesn't do much? Almost there, I think. phase. Not so much up for a fly fish, but I think we just kind of do well. Watch out for the attacks from the side, of course. Going to be vulnerable on the belly in just a moment after his attack, maybe. Well, we're still in a charging phase, so maybe not. Just need to rotate with it. It's a good big man. Get in trouble with it. Oh, danger. Okay, every moment. In danger, unfortunately. Couldn't get around the beam that time, we just went the wrong way on it. Beam still coming around this way actually, let's keep going. Yeah, I need to watch the travel direction of the beam. It does change every now and then. Watch the boss as it rotates. Get rid of that fly fish. Okay, finally some progress. Yeah, I missed the weak point, but we're trying to get back in the safety of fly fish is the major hindrance right now. Let's get rid of it. Missing some weak point opportunities here, but that's because we did have an immediate need to get back into safety. We're more or less stable. It's just taking a while, I guess, because this is maybe tuned for weapons that have further upgraded output than we are currently providing. Also, again, the blasters better built for area damage against many enemies instead of just a single target on boss. Let's get over properly. Just got into danger, but right in time to get a phase, so we'll just clear and clear and clear. Okay. Quick jump off the edge. Oh, and follow the direction of travel. The game will rotate from time to time. Just watch the rotation of the boss and swap whenever necessary. Oh, got blasted there. In danger. Nope, got caught. That's unfortunate. Still got a while to go yet. Flying fish are a really big problem. Get over Big Man for a moment. Get those eggs done. There we go. Once the bot is available. Most of the way down, we do have to be cautious just given that we are in the last life. Let's get some of the more troublesome units down first, and we'll worry about damaging the boss. Oh, no, no, no. Danger, danger, danger. That was way too close. Much too close for comfort. Oh, forgot it was a double beam on this phase. Or even a triple one. I jumped in a little too aggressively. Not dealing a whole lot of damage, but I'm gonna stay alive at this point. I mean, it sure wants to hammer its own. friends and companions will let it. Yeah, triple beam, watch it. Jump in for the rest. Okay. We're pretty close for a long stretch. It is a very lengthy fight, this tuning. But we were just fine. Okay, we've seen this. Okay, that leaves one and only one thing left on Ultra Spicy, which is the damage race. I don't know that we'll attempt it today. I think we actually still want to get more upgrades going and get a very aggressive build set up for it. Previously we were doing things like a turret and tether and splash it and all that. Maybe that's what we need, but it feels like we probably still need to sort out what we're doing for the main weapon as well and get an aggressive build too. Burn it down with some additional damage effects. We'll have to puzzle that out. Rather than do that right now, I think it is a better idea to continue to improve the character and get a little further down in the bottomless buffet, since we clearly have the damage output to do fairly well with it. And it's just a matter of whether we're staying alive with the sufficient finesse. Anything new to read here for rewards? No, not really. So let's keep going. So yeah, because it looks like there is a reward for everything on Super Spicy. Pretty sure the one and only thing we're missing for that is the small fry den, but I think we'll probably save that as its own task and improve our powers in the meantime. Try to get more of those level 3s going. So let's play with our current damage output a little bit since we've been improving it so much. Yeah, the layouts have been getting pretty interesting down in the bottomless buffet. We're seeing a lot of layout design that we hadn't really gotten experience up to this point. It's still very busy to read, but I'm sure we can make some sense of it. make it? We'll see. We don't need much more. We just need something to drop some loot for me, please. There we go. Yeah, that was a bit closer than I would have liked. But we'll keep pressing. We're actually pretty close to full already, but did need Big Man to get me out of trouble there, so. Bit of a late Big Man activation, but we made it through. Lots of time to spare this time. So things were packed together a little bit closer than on floor 34 where we needed to zip around with the incline and everything else. Okay, so, strong arms. We need to be careful. Maybe charge up Big Man again first before we take too many risks. Just get out of danger for a moment. Before we have the Stinger Beam when the strong arms come in. There we go, popped it relatively quickly. What happens when you target it properly with the Icebreaker effect. About 30 seconds left. We may actually want to go Big Man for the rest just to make sure we swat everything. I'm actually a little worried about time at the moment. I don't think we'll get things down quickly enough here. Okay, 1 second remaining. That was too close. A little bit inefficient about hunting once the strong arms was done there, but we made it. We made it a scorch effect in the splatterlights after all, I'm thinking, just to make sure we've got more going on. But we need to free up a lot of points potentially to make it work. I mean, maybe we don't need the uppercut on it. And we can shed an additional 4 points and we can upgrade the Scorch to full. Or some massive effect. The Scorch may be more important than the uppercut at this point, just given how we're playing. Let's just switch over to the 4-point Scorch for now. Yeah, because we no longer really have a scorching effect on the current build. We do need a solution to that to be available. Another level that's a little bit spread out, but just try to get out of trouble here before we get hit by anything really critical. Oop. Where's that smoker? We have to take out somehow. Oh. I got slammed by the lid. We got a big man this. No time to think about it. The terrain is pretty clear here. 4 seconds, a bit too close. I think gadget damage is likely to need some work, but we'll see. Oh, no, jumped right off. Oh, that's too bad. Poorly aimed. Good thing to run too, actually, depending on how tight we are on damage at this end of this stage. Things seem a little less spread out than in the previous level, but might still be a problem. We didn't really need to use big men here. We have enough time, but it's a generous amount of time, surprisingly. Even though we did take a hit. Yeah, too bad about that one jump. Just completely messed with it. Okay, steel eel. Let's put him fast. At least no projectile attacks that are getting us into trouble while we're in danger. Okay, plenty of time to spare. Spotlight damage up with 8 points. Let's see it. We only need to shed 1 point for it, actually. Just one upgrade will do. We absolutely do it. Okay, egg has already been upgraded. More Splatolites gives you 8%. Let's see what makes the most sense. Well, more Splatolites isn't going to improve anywhere else, so it makes sense to just take it, even if it is only 8%. Because we really do need to free up that slot. Okay. With that minor tweak, and then we just continue. See how impactful it becomes. Yeah, a lot of little guys here. We need to spawn some more big ones. Got out of danger there because that did catch me a little bit off guard. Oh, danger. No, got stuck. Luckily, we're not going to have trouble with the time, I don't think, as long as we stay alive. Using a slamming lid for friendly fire against the enemies works rather nicely as well. One more to go. Let's just take out the eel, perhaps. Yeah, too bad about the hit that we took there, but perhaps we'll use Big Man immediately on this one, unless we're saving him for danger. Yeah, actually, let's just go with this scrapper right away and not get knocked off the edge. Just powers through some of this stuff. the edge. Five-star pulley brush. That's our first 5-star brush, I believe. We should take a look at what that offers. And that's a much bigger gadget recovery as well for builds with lots of swimming. So look at this one. It's Explosive Ferment and Scorch with that one. Might work well with some of the builds like the Tactics build that we had that drops fermentation everywhere. Not great position to steal you there, but I'll blunder through it anyway. Should be able to make it pretty easily. Just not lose. Whoop. Be careful where we drive. Actually, with the ice flooders here, we don't even need to jump around that much. We can just freeze anything we come across naturally. We just need one more. Explosion damage up on the meteor, man. That looks like it's something we'll probably want to build towards what an upgrade as well. Big man wants to use Manta Dance right away. See about our medium needs here first. more enemies. Didn't need to use Big Man at all for that one. Not very many points on it either. We may be able to budget for that. Yeah, look at that. It's 23. It's very close. It's a slight reduction, but it's so points efficient that might open up the possibility for adding something else. It was something that I was looking at adding to Meteor Mid at some point. I mean, we could also put a cooldown on it as well. Well, for now, I don't know if we take the 2% reduction on it yet until we have a clearer idea of what we'd want to build for here. I mean, added explosions might be fine, but... let's keep it in mind, because it is a slight reduction. I think we keep it in mind until we have something that we actually want to use those 2 points for. Something specific that we could go towards. So, for example, I guess maybe if we get some upgrades in control movement and see if we can get something like 2 points on that. Or even further upgrades on the jump time. In fact, if we're able to afford this, that's what the 2 points would go towards, the faster jump. That might be more beneficial, but it's not like we can afford that currently, so unless we do more scrapping. Yeah, because sometimes we want it to be a little more responsive. And a large upgrade on that will perhaps come eventually. But for now, actually the emergency damage might not be bad either for the emergency activation, but we'll go with the faster jump. Because then we don't have as many issues with things like steel eel positioning being a little out of whack because the enemies are moving around too much. That opens up a whole other section. We'll push a little further today. I'm not sure how deep we'll go necessarily. But that is another big jump in level. And yeah, the level markings in terms of whether they're marked as dangerous do correspond to how far they are from your added level, you're 50 plus. So for example, 69 is close to 50 plus 18, so it doesn't appear as dangerous anymore. But of course, given that the level scaling really doesn't affect very much, statistically, I think we'll have to see how much of a ramp up this really is. We did see, of course, that there was a costume for 60. I don't know if we'll get there today, but we'll make a reasonable run some of this. Yeah, you see a faster jump gets you into your steel eel typing issues. Pretty much exactly what we were going for there. And you don't lose as much time too when setting up with a meteor for all of the tank ability buffs. Which is one of the other reasons we're running it. Jumped off the side and fell off the side. That's too bad. Oh, what a needless loss. Yeah, I just didn't watch my position very well coming out of Big Man's power. Yeah, we're in trouble. Yeah, timing is not the problem here. Staying alive is the problem. So, no flexibility on the next floor when it comes to jumping off edges or taking too much damage. Pop it quickly, good. We do have Big Man available as well if needed. No, don't jump off the edge. That was too close. That was nearly a jump off the edge. Yeah, Big Man. Didn't clear nearly as much as I would have liked with him. Got a bit lost in the maze. Okay, we really only need one more. There we go. Yeah, Yasuya Kuma, welcome back. We've been making steady progress today. Finished everything on Super Spicy except for the small fried den, which we'll still want more damage for. But in the meantime, we are just pushing even further down below. Might not be on for too much longer today then, but we'll see how much further we can get. That'll be a nice healthy bonus for further upgrades. Everything was a little spread out here at the start. We'll try to do what we can. Steal things to get out of the way. Where's that flyfish? I think I don't see it. We are in danger. Let's get out. Bit risky to play that way, just diving in while we're still in the danger zone. Still really needs to go down. Still have a pretty generous buffer with time, it's just that everything is a lot more spread out in the stage than in the past. I really prefer the enemies to clump up a bit more. Remember, don't jump off the edge. Okay, the long line eel could be an issue here. We should clear the big man first, actually. Otherwise we just have too many spatial issues. Don't jump off the edge. But that's one forward pointing. More eels, that's okay, we'll take it out. Oh, whoa, didn't even see that coming. Luckily not a problem. Or in the Splatchet. Not something we'll use for the anti-small fry build though, which is what we were still mainly holding Splatchet for. Okay, a whole lot of stingers. Let's just chase them down and not get locked down by their movement. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of important to outpace them because otherwise we are absolutely going to be in a danger zone here. Fish will have some problems, but you can freeze them both and just pop them. And the big 90 dig is out of danger for a moment here, since we were otherwise going to be pretty stuck. We just need one egg here. There we go. Probably need to use that central balloon at some point, but let's keep in mind for we can actually take advantage of it. Got in danger. Let's get out. Got in danger again. Let's get out. I got zoned out by too many eels here. We got through it, just barely. We're protected once you do hit the objective, so even though we were in danger, we got sprinkled all over the place. This thing's luckily not an issue. Let's big man this. Get some arms down while we can. Okay, plenty of time. Yeah, the strong arms just needed to go down quickly first, and everything else came together. Yeah, no problems. Did have one moment there where we needed to retreat from danger, but we have enough damage output that we can spare the time for. Little things like that. Okay, eel positioning is going to be kind of key here. This is a big man moment. Yeah, lots and lots of eels together actually have been a bit of a problem for her. The setup that I've been running with is one of the clear weaknesses. Even with the last boost, usually getting a good flank on them. When there's so many eels on the board, you just hit the tail of one and then one up on the head of the other, so just a little finicky. Oops, nope, just got trapped. Okay, not a whole lot of time on this guy, though. We are potentially in trouble. Especially if we keep dropping on top of the eel, which we should not be doing. Barely got out of there. We just needed a very well targeted freezing effect on the eel so we can just blow them up with no additional time expended. Stingers down first. Fly fish before it becomes a massive pain. Kind of missed there. Danger again, that's not great. Ooh, sniped. Yeah, we are not quite on our usual pace with getting crowd control down. However, we just stay alive one at a time. By the looks of it. That's great, because this is what we're running, and we could use the improved cooldown. It's actually going to be double the improved cooldown. That's going to be amazing. For our current build, with no adjustments needed. Yeah, we might need to invest a little bit more in gadget damage at some point. But we'll see what we can do. Also, let's see how we're doing on the icebreaker upgrade. getting close. 7 more, and then we definitely spend on this one for the ×5. That's going to be absolutely huge with the current build that we've got. In the meantime, though, we can take it up an additional 3. I think we'll do it. And we'll see if we can complete one more, and we'll probably stop there for today because we'll earn the level 60 costume, and if all goes well, that might be a good place to stop for the next stream. Yeah, 06 said getting a bunch of sparkier Spoonic with that is so satisfying. Yeah, absolutely a fit. Okay, things are a bit spread out here. We need to take the smoker out. Where's the smoker? I don't see it. Yeah, we're so well built for enemies that are packed together that sometimes when they're critical pieces that are off in corners like this, we actually do have some trouble. Well, we should take advantage of the improved cooldown that we have here for the finisher, because the frequency of our skills should be much improved. And just freeze everything in sight. More smokers to deal with over there. Available if we need him. Don't jump off the edge. Oh. Yeah, these layouts are a little bit spread out for driving around accurate. Big man, what do we need? Fly fish firing at me, but if we can get away from it, we can still probably fire pretty efficiently here. Let's see what's on 60. Okay, kill these guys. Yeah, the damage output here is making a big difference. Use big man now just to get things out of the way and make sure we don't have time trouble. That was not a very efficient route with it. Nope, off the edge. We can get out of danger, that would be nice, but yeah, jumping off the edge was a problem there, but everything else was taken care of accordingly, even as we respawn. And yeah, we were given the golden fever over here. Maybe next time we'll consider our options as you just collect more gold as you descend. Then you have more with which to line your outfit. So yeah, pretty satisfied with how we did today. We got to try out the amazing tactics torque screw build with so many of the crystal mining levels, and then we managed to get a blaster with icebreaker at long last, which is what I was going for. And as long as we dig far enough to collect the weapon parts that will allow me to take that to a ×5 multiplier instead, we'll definitely be prioritizing that in some way. So all we're missing at this point is a small front end and whatever we're digging down to below, which looks like it's going to go much, much further. For the time being, though, I think we are going to stop for today at a really natural break point. We'll likely stick with this build for as long as it remains viable, because it does look like it's outpacing the damage requirements at the moment, and may continue to do so long as we keep the upgrades nice and fresh. We'll see if we need more defensive options or more elemental options at a later point to improve things even further, but it looks like we're in a fairly good place right now. So that'll be all for me today. Thank you so much for joining me for whatever part of the stream you were able to catch. And until we meet again for even more Splatoon Raiders, hopefully very soon, in a day or two I would think, depending on my own availability. Have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be excavating from the salmon depths below, or anything else you may be playing. And as always, fare thee well.